program today. In order to start off the event, we request Sri Krishna Kulkarni, Chairman, Board of Governors, Professor Uttam Kumar Sarkar, Director, Professor Bhaskar Chakraborty, Dean Academics, and Professor Manish Thakur, Dean of New Initiatives and External Relations, to please come up and light the lamp.
Before we hand over the stage to Pandit Tushar Datta, we would like to make a small announcement that due to some unforeseen circumstances relating to medical emergencies, we had to make some changes in today's program. We want to give you an outline of this evening's program. We start with the recital, which gets over at 5:15 p.m. This is followed by high tea and a short break of half an hour. After the high tea, please take your seats back in the auditorium by 5:55 p.m. We resume our program, the Distinguished Alumnus Award and Diamond Jubilee program at 6 p.m. sharp.
Now let me briefly introduce Pandit Tushar Datta. Pandit Datta was born in Nagaur, Bangladesh. He started learning the fundamentals of Indian classical music from Bimal Mitra of Durgapur at an early age. He joined the ITC Sangeet Research Academy in 1983 and took talim under Arkut Khannabiram and Arun Bhaduri in Kirana Gharana. He also took talim in Agra Gharana under K.G. Ginde and Sunil Bose. By blending the two musical styles, he has made an unique style of his own. Pandit Tushar Datta is a top-grade vocalist in All India Radio and Doordarshan India. He has received the title of Surmani from Sir Sringar Samsad of Mumbai. He was awarded the National Scholarship from the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. He has playbacked for several movies and has performed all over India and abroad. Let's give a round of applause for Pandit Tushar Datta.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank IIM Joka because after a long time, it's 9 months, I am performing here. So this is a very important concert today for me. One thing I should announce, Pinaki Chakraborty on tabla. He is a very brilliant tabla player, and Sarwar Hussain Khan. He is a faculty member of Sangeet Research Academy. Today I would like to commence my recital with Rag Bhim Palasi. Bhim Palasi is afternoon rag. There is a time zone for different rag in Indian classical music. विलंब विथ एक ताल, स्लो टेम्पो। आप तो बड़ी बेर बंदिशिस, आप तो बड़ी बेर भई, तेरा तो तुम्ही को। फिर इसके बाद आफ्टर दैट जा रहे अपने भीम पलासी एक ताल एंड ध्रुत 3 ताल। अब तो बड़ी बड़े मेरे भाई करो करम करो मोर साई आन पदी आन परी मजेदार भावर भाव अलबरी मजेदार भावर भाव
करम करो करम करो करम करो मोरे साई करम करो मोरे साई अब तो बरे करम करो मोरे साई करम करो मोरे साई करम करो मोरे साई अब तो बरी बेर अब तो बरी भाई कर करम कर मोरे साई करम जब तो बंदे अब तो अब करम करो मोरे साई करम करो मेरे साई बदो मेरे भाई याब तो बरी मगर सर नि सा गम पग नि सा गम पग पग गम पनि गम पनि द प धम प गम पनि द प नि सा गर स नि द प मगर नि सा गम गम ग प म प म प म नि पनि पनि प स नि सा गर स नि द प मगर प म ग म प नि स नि द प मगर स नि द प मगर स नि द ग म प या ब तो प मगर ध नि द ग म प म ग म मगर ध नि द ग म प म ग म प नि ध नि प नि स ग रि ध नि द प मगर ध ग म प म ग म ग रि ध नि स प म ग रि ध नि स ग म प म स प म प ग म ग रि ध नि स ग म प म ग म प नि ध नि प नि ध pani da gari da ni da ma ga ma pani da ni da ma ga re da ma ga re da ni da ma ga re da ni da ga ma ma ga re da ma ga re da ni da ga ma pani da ni da ga re da re da ni da ni da ni da ma ga ma pani da ni da ma ga re da pa re re abato bari 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 सदा रंग तुमको चाहत है, सुनहु सदा रंग तुमको चाहत है। सुनहु सदा रंग तुमको चाहत, क्या तुम छगन दिया जा जा रे। मगर सजा रे pani pani da ma ga re sa ja re a pa re pa ma pa ga ma pa ni da ma ga re sa ja re ga ma pa ma sa pa ma ga re sa re sa ja ja re pani da ga re sa ni da pa sa ni da pa ma ga re sa ja ja pani pa sa ni da pa da ma pa ga ma pa ni sa ja ja da pa da ma pa ga ma pa ni sa ni da pa ma ga re sa ja ja pani da ma pa ni ga ma pa ni sa ga ma pa ja ja ga ma ba ni da ga ni da ba ma ga re pa ga pa ma ga ma ba ni da pa ma ga ma pa ni da pa ma ga ma pa ni da ja ja re a ba re na ja re a ba re ma ja re apne ja re ja ja apne ja ja re ja ja re apne mandir va ja ja re ja re apne mandir va ja ya pa ja re ya pa ne mandir va ja re a pa ne mandir ja re ya pa ne ja ja re ya pa ne mandir pa suna pa ve gi ta na ne ja ja re a pa ne ja मंदिर बजा जा Jare ja 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 ja
चलो रिवाइव दो यार। Very popular दादरा।
दिल की चोट ने कहीं चैन से रहने न दिया, दिल की चोट ने कहीं चैन से रहने न दिया, जब चली सर्द हवा हमने तुझे याद किया, याद पिया की आए, याद पिया की आए, याद पिया की आए, ये दुख सहा न जाए, है राम याद पिया याद पिया की आए, ये दुख सहा न जाए, है राम याद याद पिया की आए है, याद पिया की आए, याद पिया की आए। याद पिया की आए हाय याद पिया की बाली उमरिया सुन रे सजरिया, बाली उमरिया, बाली उमरिया, बाली उमरिया, सुन रे सजरिया, बाली सुन रे सजरिया, बाली उमरिया। The teenage girl remembering her husband or beloved and singing this. Bali Umariya, Bali Umar means teenage girl. Bali Umariya, sun re sajariya, Bali Umariya, sun re sajariya, जो बन बीतना जाए हाय राम, याद पिया की आए। बैरी कोयलिया कूक सुनाए, बैरी कोयलिया, 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 कोयलिया कूक सुनाए, बैरी कोयल गबदानी सर ने सनी धा 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 सनी धा ग म ग ग ग ग म धा 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 सनी धानी समा कोयलिया कूक सुहावे, मुझे बिरहन को जियरा जरावे, हापी बिन रन डराए। हाय राम याद पिया की आए, শেষ করি? Should I finish? Should I finish? 1 5 face, 1 bhajan presenting. Okay. And Meera Bhajan, it's composed by my one of gurus, Pandit Arun Bhaduriji. It's based on Mand. Mand is a folk song of Rajasthan. Very popular dhun. Oh, Sabra Mari, oh, Sabra Mari, प्रीत निभाजो जी मारी, प्रीत निभाजो जी, ओ सबरा सबरा, ओ सबरा सबरा मारी, प्रीत निभाजो जी, सबरा मारी, सबरा मारी, सबरा मारी, प्रीत निभाजो, प्रीत निभाजो जी मारी, प्रीत निभाजो जी। थे छो मारा गुणरा सागर थे छो मारा गुणरा सागर ओगण मारू मती जाजो जी ओगण मारू मती जाजो जी लोकण धीजे मारो मन ना पसीजे मुखड़ारा शब्द सुना जो जी सावरा भारी सावरा भारी प्रीत निभाजो प्रीत निभाजो जी मैं तो दास जन्म जन्म की मैं तो दास जन्म जन्म की मैं तो दास जन्म जन्म की मारे अंगना रमता आजो मारे अंगना रमता आजो जी मीरा के प्रभु गिरधार नागर मीरा के प्रभु गिरधार नागर देरो पार लगा सावरा भारी सावरा भारी हो सावरा भारी प्रीत निभाजो प्रीत निभाजो जी भारी प्रीत निभाजो निभाजो जी बहुत अच्छा
Thank you for that wonderful performance, Pandit Tushar Datta and team. Thank you. May I now invite Professor Uttam Kumar Sarkar, Director, IIM Calcutta, to offer the bouquet to the Pandit Tushar Datta and say a few words of appreciation.
That was a super performance. Pandit Tushar Datta has a God-given voice. For about an hour, I simply forgot everything, forgot COVID, forgot pandemic in a different world. Absolutely mesmerizing. We thank Pandit Tushar Datta and his team for accepting our invitation and do this super performance. I hope you enjoyed it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The guests are now requested to take some refreshments arranged in the auditorium lawn, along with a photo exhibition that takes you on a trip down the Joka lane arranged by the students. Please return to the auditorium by 5:45 p.m. We are resuming the function at 6 p.m. sharp.
Professor Deepesh Chakraborty, our chief guest on the occasion with online presence from Chicago. He will be joining soon. Sri Krishna Kulkarni, Chairman, Board of Governors of IIM Calcutta. Professor Bhaskar Chakraborty, Dean Academic. Professor Manish Thakur, Dean New Initiatives and External Relations. Members of the Board of Governors, distinguished alumnus award recipients and family, alumni, faculty, ex-faculty, staff, ex-staff, students, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, watching this event physically from here or virtually from all over the globe. Very good evening. Good morning to Professor Deepesh Chakraborty and others from similar time zones. It gives me immense pleasure to stand here on the Diamond Jubilee Foundation Day as this prestigious institute completes 60 years of its existence today. Most of us know that IIM Calcutta was the first IIM established in the country, and during the 60 glorious youthful years, we have seen the institute grow and add great many feathers to its cap. I would rather like to unconditionally transfer those detailing and backpatting rights to volunteers worldwide, and instead take this opportunity on this very special day to impress upon our audience that we are much more than our ranks and our accolades. We are a closely bonded, ever-growing family that has been fostered and nurtured over 60-odd years with mutual love and care, with the primary goal of promoting management, education, and research. Thanks to the support of successive boards of governors and other stakeholders, IIM Calcutta, the first triple-crowned institute in the country with AACSB, EQUIS, and AMBA accreditations, has already made its mark on the world. And we take pride as we particularly thank our faculty and our alumni for their contribution toward this recognition. Our remarkable alumni have channeled their passions in assorted fields of work and have made an impact on numerous fronts in the corporate world, academia, government administration and other public services, NGOs caring for the underprivileged, arts, literature, history and culture, sports and adventure, and politics, to name just a few. We feel elated and honored as we felicitate few of those luminaries with the Distinguished Alumnus Award on this Foundation Day every year. Over the past 60 years, we have witnessed enormous changes that kept reshaping us. Ups and downs in the economy, magical evolutions in digital technology, higher education policies and funding patterns, from being a fully funded centrally government institute for decades to a purely self-funded institute since liberalization, and a long such list, with the latest addition being COVID-19 afflicted harsh reality. However, our primary identity remained time invariant, unchanged across this spirited journey. IIM Calcutta continued to attract the best uncut diamonds as its students, and our dedicated faculty had the fun of helping them shape and polish to jewels. Support from our staff and assistance from student council members and volunteers have been stupendous. The end result has always been very sweet. The diamonds sparkled in pure ambience, developed their personalities to make choices for life and career, braced the bigger world, and kept adding to their shine, keeping us all dazzled in reflected glory. The achievements and contributions of our alumni and executive program alumni are being watched by budding youngsters to trigger their own dreams and aspirations. We believe they will continue to wear their alma mater badges with pride for the world to see and revere. On this Diamond Jubilee Day, let us not only remind ourselves of our sublime past, but importantly, plan for a more glorious future. In a billion-stroke nation, we have a lot of responsibilities, much more to contribute, and have miles to go, expanding the horizon of our academic and social endeavors. This position and this moment in time are temporary, but our legacy is permanent. We are cogs in the wheel of this grand framework, and it falls on every one of us to carry our illustrious heritage forward. We pray that every member of IIM Calcutta fraternity continues to thrive and shine and make exemplary contributions, inspiring the younger generation to reflect and dream. We have been sustained and watched over by our predecessors. We will pass the torch to our successors and trust them to take us far ahead when the Institute celebrates its centenary in the year 2061. At this juncture, we have great opportunities, but major financial challenges in translating those to realities. And I urge all, our beloved alumni in particular, to come forward and help the Institute reach enviable heights within its reach. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your patience and for being with us. Jai Hind.
Thank you so much, sir. To begin the Distinguished Alumnus Awards Ceremony 2021, may I now invite Professor Manish Thakur, Dean, New Initiatives and External Relations, to say a few words about the Distinguished Alumnus Award.
Sri Krishna Kulkarni ji, Chairman, Board of Governors, IIM Calcutta. Professor Uttam Kumar Sarkar, Director, IIM Calcutta. Professor Bhaskar Chakravarti, Dean Academic. Distinguished alumnus awardees who are there in the front row. And our honored guests, the ones who are here with us in this auditorium, and the ones who have joined us virtually. It's my honor and privilege to announce the names of the recipients of IIM Calcutta's Distinguished Alumnus Award for the year 2021, the Diamond Jubilee of our Foundation Day. Before I do so, it's only appropriate that I say a few words about this award. This award, Distinguished Alumnus Award, DAA in short, was instituted in the year 2011, the Golden Jubilee year of the Institute. So far, 64 of our illustrious alumni have been conferred with this award, with 4 awards being conferred this evening, and this number is going to be 68. And this award is our modest way of honoring and felicitating those of our alumni who have made significant contributions in corporate leadership, academia, entrepreneurship, public policy, NGO sector, and philanthropy. In a way, as you all know, an award is a token of our collective tribute to someone's ability, competence, success, and all those attributes which have made one so worthy of the laurels that he or she gets or will get. All that is indeed true for the 4 eminent alumni who will be awarded this evening. At the same time, for us here at IIM Calcutta, this award is also our humble communication to the world that look, such distinguished people with such extraordinary achievements once walked through not so aesthetically grand CPWD constructed ABC blocks, lived in mosquito-infested, and forgive me, and at times waterlogged hostels like Tagore and Ramanujan, and roamed through our lush green Joka campus, experiencing the tranquility of 7 lakes, and woke up to the chirping of birds. And as young, bright minds, they helped us grow as an institution, just as they grew during the 2 years that we were together. We learned from them as much as they learned from us. And it is this mutuality that has given us a distinctive identity that we are celebrating this year as the Institute's Diamond Jubilee. Thus, the Distinguished Alumnus Award ceremony for us is a way of partaking of our collective glory that has been made possible
if not fully, at least partially, by this public institution of eminence that we formally call Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, and what locals call Joka Management. This ceremony gives us a forum to celebrate our camaraderie, our connect, our collective learning, and our firm commitment to see that Joka Management reach newer and newer heights as it prepares for the future. Jai Hind. Thank you.
We request Professor Manish Thakur to kindly announce the first awardee this evening.
The first alumnus to receive the Distinguished Alumnus Award 2021 is Sri Sunil Alag, the PGP alumnus of third batch. May I request Sri Alag to come on the stage, please.
May I request the director to welcome Mr. Alag with a shawl. May I request Sri Krishna Kulkarni, the Chairman, Board of Governors, to hand over the Distinguished Alumnus Award and the citation scroll to Mr. Alag. May I request Professor Avijit Bansal to come on stage and read the citation for Mr. Alag.
Good evening, everybody. We take immense pleasure in honoring Sri Sunil Alag, an alumnus of the third batch of IIM Calcutta, for his phenomenal contributions to corporate leadership. To build brands and sustainable, profitable businesses. He rose to be the MD and CEO of Britannia Industries at an early age of 40. He developed leading brands like Tiger and successfully diversified into dairy. Under him, the company was for 3 years on the Forbes list of 300 best companies. After a successful stint as MD and CEO of Britannia Industries, Sunil began to lead a small and effective team at SKA Advisors in 2003. His current work is centered around creating strategic businesses and market plans for challenger brands operating in competitive environments. He has helped many clients with turnaround, new products, growth, and sustainable profitability in the domain of marketing and management consultancy. He has assisted the government in building the India brand. He has been on boards of several companies and quasi-government institutions such as Prasar Bharati and National Institute of Design. He was the president of the All India Management Association a statutory body and apex organization for Indian managers. For his outstanding contribution to the food processing industries, he was honored with the Gold Medal Kalashkar Memorial Award 2000. It was under his leadership that Britannia became the #1 food brand in India in 2002 and figured in the Forbes magazine list of 300 best small companies in the world for 3 years, in 1999, in 2000, and in 2002. It was the only food brand from India on the list. He was also a finalist for the Entrepreneur of the Year award of Ernst & Young in 2002. Besides his lifetime contributions as a successful manager, managerial leader, and consultant, Sunil has also been serving valuable social causes. In the context of the climate crisis, including biodiversity, he is actively involved in the Save the Tiger campaign. He also promotes Hindustani Shastriya Sangeet among the youth in Mumbai to help preserve and sustain this great national cultural heritage. We acknowledge Sunil's accomplishments as an exemplary professional in the corporate arena with enormous pride and bestow upon him the Institute's highest honor for its alumni, the Distinguished Alumnus Award, given this 14th day of November 2021.
Thank you, sir. May I request Mr. Alag to share some of his thoughts for us?
You know, I like to begin my talk in the sense I'm a Punjabi, but born and brought up in Calcutta, so I know a bit of Bengali also. And Punjabis have never been known for intellectual thinking at all. So if you never leave a thought with a Punjabi, because if you leave a thought, when you see him again, he'll give it back to you, saying, you left something behind. We are men of action. So Bengal, I've learned, never leave a thought with a Bengali either, because he'll make a philosophy out of it. You know, all I have learned over the years is never lose your sense of humor. Because if you lose that, then I don't mean roll on the floor with laughter or something, but you always look at all your problems with a smile. And it's very important that you do that, because when I was MD of Britannia, I learned one thing, that the problem is the constant in your life, you're the variable. Never think that if you are dealing with a problem with a smile, the problem is going to become larger, or if you look very serious, the problem is going to become smaller. The constant is the problem. That size doesn't change. You are the variable, and the sooner you learn that, then it's very important that you carry on in your life. Now, there are many things that I have learned, but I would like to say just one most important thing over the years has been always beg, borrow, and steal. That's what I tell all the students and everyone else. You know, they say, what do you mean by beg, borrow, and steal? You're not supposed to do it. I said, when you talk about begging, I don't mean go out to the bowl and ask for somebody to put a coin into it. Beg the people that you want around you to stay with you, and they stay with you throughout life. It means you beg your wife, you beg your children, you beg good managers around you, and you actually make their lives more important, more enjoyable, because you're around. So in a way, if you don't beg them today, then forget about them. They will leave you and they will go away to someone else. The other thing is borrow. When I say borrow, when I was growing up, you had a lot of entrepreneurs who went into all the areas thinking they could do everything themselves. Now is the world of specialization. So you can actually have your security, you can have contract packing, they are better than you. Then in developing things, you'll have X, Y, and Z. So learn to borrow from their strength and cover your own weaknesses with it. And when I talk about steal, I don't mean steal an IP, because then you could go to jail for that, but steal anyone's idea, which is not an IP. If you think you can make it bigger and better, go ahead and do it. And that's very, very important. Otherwise, if you're not stealing those ideas, don't think you can do it yourself. It's very, very important in life to carry on doing that. And I'd just like to end with one line, which, you know, and since you've given me 5 minutes, I'm just wanting to end. See, what I've learned is happiness comes from not how you live, but how you plan to die. That's very, very important in life, because when you plan to die in a manner where people are going to remember you, people are going to think about you, then your life becomes so much more enjoyable. And real happiness comes from you planning on how do you plan to die, not how you're living. And that's very important. Thank you so much for being with me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
May I request Professor Manish Thakur to kindly announce our second awardee of the evening.
The second alumnus to receive the Distinguished Alumnus Award 2021 is Dr. Vallabh Sambamurthy. Dr. Vallabh Sambamurthy is the alumnus of 18th batch, 18th PGP batch.
May I request the director to greet Dr. Sambamurthy with the shawl. May I request Sri Krishna Kulkarni, Chairman Board of Governors, to hand over the Distinguished Alumnus Award and the citation scroll to Dr. Sambamurthy. May I request Professor Samit Paul to come on stage and read the citation for Dr. Sambamurthy.
We take immense pleasure in honoring Dr. Vallabh Sambamurthy, an alumnus of the 18th batch of IIM Calcutta, for his outstanding contributions to the field of academia through excellence in teaching and research. Dr. Sambamurthy is the Albert O. Nicholas Dean at the Wisconsin School of Business, University of Wisconsin. He received a PhD from the University of Minnesota in 1989, a PGDM from IIM Calcutta in 1983, and a BE in Mechanical Engineering from the National Institute of Technology, Tiruchirappalli in 1981. As Dean of the Wisconsin School of Business, he is leading the transformation of its BBA and MBA programs, launch of new specialty master's programs in business analytics, supply chain, and healthcare, and enhancement of corporate outreach and engagement. Prior to Wisconsin, he served as the Eli Broad Professor at Michigan State University for the period 2002 to 2019, and had prior faculty appointments at the University of Maryland, 1998 to 2002, and Florida State University from 1989 to 1998. Dr. Sambamurthy is a leading expert on corporate strategy, innovation, and transformation in the digital economy. He is a prolific scholar and author with over 100 publications, including 64 peer-reviewed articles in top academic journals. The Association of Information Systems ranks him among the top 11 researchers within the global community of information system scholars over the past 30 years. He has taught courses on digital strategy and innovation in the MBA programs at different schools in the US, India, and Asia Pacific, and won teaching awards. He has co-authored several books on digital transformation that are used in MBA programs and executive education. His impact as an educator is measured through the success and growth of more than 4,000 MBA students, 500 MS students, 700 undergraduate students, and nearly 100 doctoral students at 10 schools across different countries around the world. He has chaired 18 PhD dissertations in addition to serving on an additional 50 doctoral dissertations over time. He has worked as a consultant and an advisor to several Fortune 500 firms. He has served on the editorial boards of numerous academic journals, including a 6-year term as editor-in-chief of Information Systems Research. Sambamurthy has garnered several recognitions for his contributions to teaching, research, outreach, and mentoring. The Association of Information Systems honored him with the Leo Lifetime Achievement Award 2017 and recognition as AIS Fellow 2009. He was selected as Distinguished Fellow of the Information Systems Society at Informs 2011, and he received the William Bill Distinguished Faculty Award, the highest honor at Michigan State University 2014. In addition, the Broad College of Business recognized him with its highest honor as the John D. and Dorothy G. Withrow Indoor Teacher Scholar 2011, while the National Institute of Technology, Tiruchirappalli, conferred its Distinguished Alumnus Award on him in 2009. He has held Distinguished Visiting Scholar appointments at the Indian School of Business, National University of Singapore, Bocconi University, among many others. In addition to playing tennis, traveling, and watching movies with his family, Sambamurthy is an avid reader of P.G. Wodehouse and spy thrillers, and an aficionado of Carnatic, Hindustani, and Western music. We acknowledge Dr. Sambamurthy's significant achievements as a scholar with enormous pride and bestow upon him the Institute's highest honor for its alumni, the Distinguished Alumnus Award, given this 14th day of November 2021.
Thank you very much. It's been 40 years since I first arrived at JOCA, and what a great institution this has been, and what a great journey it has been. I am extremely humbled to join this long pantheon of others who have won this award. When you look at the names, some of them were legends even when I arrived on the campus, and I want to take a moment to congratulate my peers in this recognition. My wife Rekha and my daughters Netra and Anushka must be watching, so I'm looking forward to returning home and celebrating with you. My late dad wondered why I would not take a job and earn money and come to IIM Calcutta to spend more money. And I convinced him that the ROI was good. So I knew that I was ready for a business school education, and it has been worth every rupee that we spent. I've made many friends along the way, and it has been a blessing to really give back as well as to receive. So as I think about this evening, and I realize that the road that I have traveled is far longer than the road that lies ahead of me, please allow me to share a few thoughts for those of you, especially that are about to start your journey. When I came to IIM Calcutta, it was like being selected for the Top Gun Academy, because everybody here was somebody. We had an ace badminton player who played with Prakash Padukone. We had cricket players, we had writers, we had name it, and I wondered, how did I get in with them? So it was fairly intimidating to realize that the getting here was only part of the journey. What do you do with your opportunity here is the next part. And one of the greatest lessons I learned, to quote the great philosopher Yoda, what a great teacher failure is. It's the first time ever I experienced failure, not getting that coveted internship in consumer marketing. And that was only the beginning. And in these 40 years, there have been many successes, but there have been failures too. And what I've come to learn is that when you stare into the dark abyss, you find your character far more than in the glare of success. So for those of you who are about to begin a journey, never give up. I also learned about the power of community. We were 100 who came to JOCA, and we've been a band of brothers and sisters. And WhatsApp has only brought us closer together. There are days when I wake up and there are 100 messages because we have philosophers, opinionated folks, and there are all kinds of things. But what brings us together is the bond. And it's the bond that has resulted in me getting nominated and won this award. I am grateful to have made friends, but more importantly, over these 40 years, I have benefited from many mentors on whose shoulders I have ridden. And in my own way, I have paid it forward by mentoring others. So for those of you who are about to begin your journey, remember it's a community. It's the community that celebrates with you, that lifts you up, and to whom you give back to. Lastly, also let me say, two words are very important. They are integrity and fun. We're all privileged to be associated with one of the most elite schools, and its brand is very valuable and very prestigious. As ambassadors of this brand, it is up to us to live a life of integrity and give back to the institution. But at the same time, have fun. As John Lennon said, life is what's happening to you when you're busy making other plans. If I have a regret, it's that I was too busy making other plans. It's only when I looked at my daughters growing up, I realized that seize the moment, have fun, and enjoy the company you have. It took me 40 years to come back. Dean Uttam Sarkar, I promise you I'll come back much sooner than that. But thank you very much for this honor, and thank you for having me here today.
Thank you so much, sir.
We request Professor Manish Thakur to kindly announce the third awardee for this evening.
The third alumnus to receive the Distinguished Alumnus Award 2021 is Srinath Narasimhan, the alumnus of 21st batch of the PGP.
May I request the director to greet Mr. Srinath with the shawl. May I request Sri Krishna Kulkarni, Chairman Board of Governors, to hand over the Distinguished Alumnus Award and the citation scroll to Mr. Srinath. May I request Professor Sudarshan Kumar to come on stage and read the citation for Mr. Srinath.
Good evening, everyone. We take immense pleasure in honoring Mr. Srinath Narasimhan, an alumnus of the 21st batch of IIM Calcutta, for his outstanding contribution to corporate leadership. Following his BTech in Mechanical Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Madras, and his postgraduate diploma in Management Marketing from Indian Institute of Management, Calcutta, N. Srinath has led multiple companies in a stellar career spanning 3.5 decades with Tata Group. He joined the Tata Administrative Service in 1986 and held positions in project management, sales and marketing, and management in different Tata companies in ICT sector over past 35 years. Starting in Tata Honeywell in 1986, he moved to Tata Industries, where he served as an executive assistant to Chairman Mr. Ratan Tata. He was also part of a team that set up Tata Information Systems, to which he subsequently transitioned. Srinath returned to Tata Industries in 1998, overseeing the implementation of Tata Teleservices, where he took over as a Chief Operating Officer in 1999. He served as a Chief Executive Officer of Tata Internet Services from 2000 to 2002, before moving to VSNL in 2002. At Tata Communication, he steered the transformation of then monopolic public sector undertaking BSNL into global communication service provider, offering advanced network, managed and cloud services to customers worldwide. He worked in various leadership positions at Tata Communications, first as a director, then executive director, and finally as a managing director and CEO to the Tata Communications, global group of companies. After serving for almost a decade at the helm of Tata Teleservices, Srinath was appointed Chief Executive Officer of Tata Trust.
India's oldest and most renowned philanthropic organization in 2020. Besides leading a trust work in cancer care, health, nutrition, livelihood, education, water, and sanitation, among other domains, he led the trust comprehensive response to the COVID-19 pandemic, providing critically needed equipment, hospital facilities, and training to nearly 10,000 healthcare professionals. He has also served on multiple boards, including Tata Teleservices, Tata Communications, Tata Industries, Tata Business Support Systems, Assam Cancer Care Foundation, and Alamelu Charitable Foundation. Srinath has won many laurels and many industry recognitions for his immense contributions to the field of telecommunication, including Telecom CEO of the Year in the year 2006 in Asia by the leading publishing group Telecom Asia. The Udyog Ratan Award from the Institute of Economic Studies also in 2006. Telecom Person of the Year by Voice and Data magazine in 2008, and world's 8th most influential telecom personality by Global Telecoms Business magazine in the year 2008 and 2009 consecutively. We acknowledge Srinath's accomplishments as an exemplary professional in the corporate arena with enormous pride and bestow upon him the Institute's highest honor for its alumni, the Distinguished Alumnus Award, given this 14th day of November 2021. Thank you.
Good evening. Let me start by thanking the Institute and the Board of Governors for conferring this award upon me. It's very special to receive it from the Institute, which I've really enjoyed being a part of and has been such an important part of my life, at least going forward in my career. Also special to come back to campus. I've been coming back every couple of years for placement, but it's always good to come back. It's always good to walk around, see how the tire has been moved again by somebody, and it's time to put it back in its old place, but still, it's good to see. I'm not going to give you a long bhashan, but maybe a couple of lessons I'd like to kind of supplement what my friends before me have said. Again, for the people who are going out into their careers today, maybe some of the lessons you can learn from us, some of the mistakes that we made and stuff. I was very fortunate to be able to do things that I enjoyed doing. It was interesting for me to work in industries, and if you've seen the succession of jobs that I've held, a lot of it was in industries that were just coming up at that point in time. Telecom was becoming privatized, internet was coming up, international telecom and so on. And I think in today's environment, the opportunities are even more. If you look at India as a country, if you look at where we are in our place in the world, where we are seeking to be, and what capability we have, the world is before you. Right? It's really, the only limitation is how big your own vision is, how big your own ambition is, how much you want to do things for yourself. So I really, really want to say this is a time for you guys. This is a time for this generation of people to come forward and really put India on the map, put yourselves on the global map, and do something completely as a game changer in the world today. Yeah. I just want to add one bit of, not necessarily caution, but a little bit of advice when you go about doing this. The challenges before us are many. You're all reading about the issues of climate change. You're reading about the issues of greater discrimination, greater leaving behind the haves, and leaving behind people as development happens and so on. I think it's important that this generation, this younger generation, also takes the leadership not only in coming up with new industries, but also in acting responsibly, acting sustainably, and doing what it is that is necessary to make the planet and the world a better place for everybody. Clearly, I think the onus is on you guys. I think the baton has been passed. And I'm very, very happy to say that I work with a lot of very young people today, and I'm really, really surprised, very happy to see their approach, their attitude, the importance that they place on things like climate, the importance that they place on sustainability, the importance they play on equal opportunity and so on. I think you've made a great beginning. I think you have the vision, you have the courage, you have the willingness to change the world. Go out and do it. Thank you. All the best.
Thank you so much for your valuable thoughts, sir.
May I request Professor Manish Thakur to please announce our fourth awardee of the evening.
The fourth recipient and the last for the year, this year we had 4 awards, is Dr. K.V. Subramaniam, an alumnus of the 34th batch. So may I request Dr. Subramaniam to come to me.
May I request the director to greet Mr. Subramaniam with the shawl. May I request Sri Krishna Kulkarni, Chairman Board of Governors, to hand over the Distinguished Alumnus Award and the citation scroll to Dr. Subramaniam. May I request Professor Nandita Roy to come on stage and read the citation for Dr. Subramaniam.
Good evening. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. We take immense pleasure in honoring Dr. K.V. Subramanian, an eminent scholar and an alumnus of the 34th batch of IIM Calcutta, for taking a path less trodden and significantly promoting India's interests in the economic spheres by bringing transparency and accountability to the domain. Dr. K.V. Subramanian, currently the Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India, is a leading expert on economic policy, banking, and corporate governance. A PhD from the University of Chicago's Booth School of Business and a top-ranking IIM alumnus, Dr. Subramanian's seminal public policy contributions have manifested amidst the once-in-a-century crisis caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Apart from predicting the V-shaped economic recovery in September 2020, when every economic commentator, both at home and abroad, foretold impending economic doom, Dr. Subramanian has brought his reformist zeal to the fore by introducing a slew of second-generation reforms that will generate inclusive growth for the economy in the coming decades. These reforms are aimed at enabling competition in the markets for factors of production, enhancing the share of the manufacturing sector in the economy and thereby creating jobs for our youth, building cutting-edge physical and digital infrastructure, and addressing the severe supply-side frictions engendered by decades of license permit raj. Dr. Subramanian persuasively made the case for these reforms in 3 economic surveys that he has authored. The path-breaking 2019-20 survey commended ethical wealth creation for a prosperous India. By integrating India's rich economic and spiritual heritage with modern economics, he advocated a marriage of the invisible hand of the market with the hand of ethics, that is, a marriage of artha and dharma. The 2020-21 survey advocated counter-cyclical fiscal policy focused on capital expenditures, while the 2018-19 survey laid the strategic blueprint of a virtuous cycle for India to become a $5 trillion economy. Dr. Subramanian has brought several out-of-the-box ideas to the Indian economy. India was the only country to implement supply-side measures to tackle the pandemic by identifying early that the pandemic will lead to severe supply-side disruptions. The contrast to supply shortages and inflation being witnessed globally and the runaway inflation in India post the global financial crisis bear testimony to the sharp analysis and courage of conviction to differ from the herd. India's prudent fiscal spending that leveraged the financial sector to direct scarce fiscal resources better stems from Dr. Subramanian's deep understanding of the salutary role that the financial sector can play in directing fiscal transfers to the genuinely distressed. His welfare-oriented ideas include utilizing the behavioral economics of nudge, Thalinomics, and the Bare Necessities Index. Acknowledging Dr. Subramanian's contributions, the Honorable Prime Minister tweeted his delight in working with him and noted his, I quote, academic brilliance, unique perspectives on economic and policy matters, and reformatory zeal. Dr. Subramanian has been conferred the Distinguished Alumnus Award by his alma mater, IIT Kanpur. Apart from being the youngest chief economic advisor, Subramanian is among the youngest to receive this honor. As a professor of finance at the Indian School of Business, his research has been published in the world's leading journals. As the first ever in his entire clan to step into the hallowed portals of a university, Dr. Subramanian has been privileged to live the Indian dream by getting the ultimate honor to serve the nation. We acknowledge Dr. Subramanian's significant contributions as a successful economic policy professional and diplomat with enormous pride and bestow upon him the Institute's highest honor for its alumni, the Distinguished Alumnus Award, given this 14th day of November, 2021. Thank you.
Respected Chairman, Board of Governors, Kulkarni ji, respected Chief Guest, respected Director, Professor Sarkar, respected Deans, fellow students, fellow alumni, faculty, family, and friends that have gathered. Let me first start out by expressing my enormous gratitude to this institution for not only providing me such a wonderful education, but then bringing that to such a wonderful circle by bestowing on me this award as well. I genuinely feel very, very grateful. The dominant emotion that I feel is wonderfully expressed by none other than Tyagaraja in one of the songs that he sang, which actually is really famous in Carnatic music, which goes as Endaru Mahanubhavalu Andariki Na Vandanamalu. In Telugu, I'm going to translate it. It means there are so many great people. I bow down to each one of them in humility, because honestly, there are so many great people. Among them, to get an opportunity to be here receiving this award, just one feels extremely humbled, and that is the dominant sentiment I feel. There's one aspect that I want to share. This institute taught me to think from first principles. I think an aspect that never ever goes out of fashion. When one says thinking from first principles, it is effectively thinking ab initio. This is the place where I actually got the opportunity to transform myself from an engineer who happened to just go into engineering without necessarily knowing whether that was his passion, to the field of business and economics, which I eventually discovered, and research in that is my passion. So that transformation started from this institute, and therefore that mountain of gratitude for this institute to have actually enabled me to find my passion is something that I will never be able to repay. I'll give you just one example of this thinking from first principles. As we all acknowledge, what we have been living through over the last 1.5 years is a once-in-a-century pandemic. And in economics, I think there is nothing more fundamental or more first principles than just supply and demand. Something that I learned at this institute, but came very, very useful during, when thinking about the policy during the pandemic. I'm just going to illustrate more as what I learned and what we all can hope to actually take forward from an esteemed institution like this. I think when one takes a first class here in economics, one is taught that if you just increase demand, keeping supply unchanged, what happens is quantity increases, but price goes up as well. Translated into macroeconomics, what that means is that yes, you do get a shift on growth. So if fiscal policy increases demand, you obviously do get an impact on growth. But what also happens is that there is inflation. And real world policy oftentimes happens in a dynamic sense. It doesn't happen in a static fashion. Now, when you have a situation where inflation goes up, fiscal policy has increased demand, let's say policy has not done anything to increase supply, then monetary policy has to actually try and unwind that increase in demand that fiscal policy has done, because the mandate for monetary policy is inflation and keeping inflation under control. As a result, what you get is a situation where fiscal policy increased demand, monetary policy unwinds that. So whatever growth you got, in a short period, that's, you're back to square one. And so fiscal policy and monetary policy end up working at cross purposes. In contrast, something as basic as the fact that, and something that one learned here, at IIM Calcutta, if you increase supply and you increase demand, then you get a much bigger kick, you get a much bigger increase in quantity, but price remains the same, does not go up. Translated again into macroeconomic terms, what that means is you get a much higher impact on growth, and you have inflation under control. When inflation is in control, monetary policy does not have to unwind that increase in demand that fiscal policy did. As a result, monetary policy and fiscal policy can work in tandem, not at cross purposes. I think, what you're seeing in the globe now, with US experiencing historical inflation, 30-year high, is actually illustration of this textbook phenomena that one learned here. The fact that if you look India vis-a-vis the global financial crisis, India during the COVID years versus other economies, India has been the only country that has actually taken supply-side measures. All the other countries have only done demand-side measures, and that is why you're actually, seeing commodity prices go up, shipment containers not being available for exports, inflation at a historical high. Just simple illustration of the fact that if you just increase demand without increasing supply, that is exactly what you would get. In contrast, in India, inflation has been benign. And just to contrast with the global financial crisis as well, when we only increased demand, we had double-digit inflation despite no lockdowns, despite no night curfews, for 18 months, every month consecutively. And many other macro aspects as well, to the extent that India became part of the fragile five. In contrast, now India has actually a very comfortable situation on inflation, 4.5% recently, a fiscal deficit that is actually lower than peer economies, and a current account surplus this year. So very strong fundamentals, macro fundamentals. And that, I think, I would owe that to the learnings that one had from something as basic as supply and demand, and the ability to think from first principles that I really got to learn at this wonderful institute, IIM Calcutta. It's been an indeed genuine privilege to be here, to be in this institute, to learn from peers and learn from some wonderful faculty. And I think it's a privilege to actually have some of the faculty who have taught me, Professor Anup Sinha, Professor Saibal Chittapadhyay, and actually they're sitting here in the audience, to have faculty who have taught you here, is, I think, just warms my heart enormously. Thank you very much. With enormous gratitude, I thank you all for actually providing me this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir.
Many thanks to our distinguished alumni who have made us proud and have honored us by accepting the token of our appreciation, the Distinguished Alumnus Award.
May I now invite Shri Alok Chandra, the Chief Administrative Officer, to come to the podium and felicitate the employees, IIM Calcutta employees, who have entered their 25th year of service.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. On the occasion of the Institute's Foundation Day, we felicitate our faculty, officers, and staff who have entered into their 25th year of service with the Institute. It is indeed a proud moment for all of us to honor these employees who have contributed immensely towards the growth and development of our Institute. It is due to their untiring efforts that we stand today in our place as one of the premier management institute of the country. I would now like to request our director, Professor Uttam Kumar Sarkar, to give our esteemed employees a token of appreciation and remembrance for the yeoman service to the institute. Now first I'll request Professor Saibal Chattopadhyay to come on to the stage to receive this memento. He joined this institute on 11th February 1997 in the Operations Management Group and has served in various capacities and held various appointments, including being the director of this institute. We'll request our director to hand over the memento. Thank you, sir. May I now request Professor Sahdev Sarkar to come on stage to receive this memento. Professor Sahdev Sarkar joined this institute on 23rd June 1997 in the Operations Management Group and has served in various capacities and held various appointments in this institute, including that of chairperson of the flagship MBA program. May I request the director to give a memento to Professor Sarkar. May I now request Professor Vidyanand Jha to please come on stage to receive this memento. Professor Jha joined this institute on 30th June 1997 in Organizational Behavior Group and has served in various capacities and held various appointments, including that of chairperson of PGPX VLM program. A big round of applause for Professor Jha. May I request the director to hand over the memento to Professor Jha. May I now request Professor Saibal Chattopadhyay, the former director, to come on stage and hand over the memento to the present director, Professor Uttam Kumar Sarkar, who has also entered into his 25th year of service with the institute. Professor Sarkar joined this institute on 6 January 1997 in the Management Information Systems Group and has served in various capacities and held appointments including Dean of this institute. A big round of applause, please. Jai Hind and thank you.
Thank you, sir. I request all the distinguished alumni award recipients to please come on the stage for a group photo.
May I now invite him to deliver the Diamond Jubilee lecture.
Thank you, Riddhi and Nakul. Thank you very much. Before I start, please allow me the privilege to offer my pranams to the Supreme Teacher, the Guru. So, Om Shri Guru Bhyo Namaha. I would also like to offer my pranams to my late father, Professor Gajanan Kulkarni, who was one of the first few founding faculty members at the Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, and who taught me so much. He passed away on 13th of October, 2021. Respected Chief Guest, Professor Deepesh Chakrabarti, dear members of the IIM Calcutta faculty, members of the staff, distinguished alumni, distinguished guests, and fellow students. I always consider myself a student, so give me the privilege of calling you fellow students. My namaskar to all of you. IIM Calcutta has served the nation with distinction for 60 years. Today we celebrate her Diamond Jubilee and her immense contribution. As is the practice, we also felicitate our distinguished alumni. We just felicitated them. Thank you all of you for taking the trouble and coming from various locations here. My heartfelt congratulations to the distinguished alumni and the entire family and friends of IIM Calcutta for today's wonderful occasion, 60th, जिसको हम हिंदी में षष्ठी पूर्ति कहते हैं. Thank you, Sunil, for refocusing our attention on the one and the only event in our lives with a probability of 1, that is death. Thank you, Samba, for touching upon the extremely important aspect of giving back. Thank you, Srinath, for listening to my request and walking around the campus. Your feet must have touched the ground, and I'm sure you're feeling rather down to earth. Thank you, Subbu, for focusing our attention on humility and thinking from first principles. I believe it's the humility that makes you think from first principles. This is my anubhav. Thank you all again. Being the Diamond Jubilee Foundation Day, nothing can be more special than using this day to revisit the fundamentals, the first principles. Subbu, you touched upon it. We didn't compare notes, but you touched upon it. So I seem to be in a good start. Two major developments I'm going to talk about shortly. What is good for us must be repeated and revisited again and again. So I'm not going to feel shy about repeating some of the things that I'm saying again today. Now, IIM Act of 2017. It is important that we briefly review some major developments of the decade that passed. Two major developments have occurred, which are impacting the Institute majorly. First, the first change is setting up of 13 newer IIMs since 2010 as institutes of national importance. This explosion in the number of IIMs and the increasing impact of technology in business necessitates that IIM Calcutta take a fresh look at how we plan to retain and extend our leadership in the field of management education, conceptualization of management thought, and management practice in India and the world. The second change arises from the incorporation in the Act of a provision that the IIMs created by statute will enjoy autonomy. The range of subjects to which the nation expects IIMs to address themselves is now wider than what IIMs are currently addressing. It includes management areas that are of concern not only to corporates, but also areas of social and public concern. These are now prescribed by law and must influence strategy formulation. Competition has taken a new form under this provision, and our ability to raise our own funds is now a necessity. I'll now speak about our identity. IIM Calcutta is not just another business school. I think one of the distinguished alums also mentioned that. We are an Indian Institute of Management. We are a national asset. It is the responsibility of each of us, the stakeholders, to consistently and systematically raise the value of this asset and expand our sphere of influence. One of the best ways to do so is to raise our intellectual capital. We must spare no efforts to remain relevant and valuable. This requires that we must regularly revisit our mandate and also review our performance. In these new circumstances, it is now our responsibility to prepare managers, not just for industrial, financial, and commercial enterprises, but also managers who will become pivots and enablers of social change and national development. For this, IIM Calcutta will provide educational inputs to all sectors of the Indian economy and polity. As the nation seeks to achieve a new global status, IIM Calcutta will play an active role in contributing significantly to this journey of Atmanirbhar Bharat. We will sustain our excellence. As a community, we will reinforce our culture where every member is imbued with a sense of duty and a desire to graduate from just having a strong sense of belonging. Competition is now global. Online and hybrid delivery models for education are now available. In this scenario, faculty who have high scholarship are the most important investment. We must reassess what we teach, curriculum, and how we teach pedagogy. Should the present MBA curriculum and its overemphasis on analytics and models be reviewed, and in its place efforts be made to buttress this foundation with what I think as the most important management skills of humanity, judgment, and critical innovative thinking. These are skills that add to the level of a human capital of a leader. I ask all of you, without this human capital in leadership, how do we plan to equip our students to work in the gap between what they know and what their environment will expect? That's critical. Shouldn't we be asking that question? Technology will force and disrupt businesses. Management practices will have to shift from shareholder wealth maximization to equitable distribution of wealth, not equal, equitable distribution of wealth. Leaders will need to understand that shareholder wealth maximization has at its root greed. It is violence, economic violence. As my great-grandfather, Gandhiji, repeatedly reminded us, there is enough for our need, but not enough for our greed. Solving this problem is probably going to be the most pressing economic need of our times, and definitely for our nation. What role can our Management Center for Human Values play in helping IIM Calcutta further this critical thought? How can we use MCHV to differentiate our course offerings? Can IIM Calcutta play a defining role in shaping the human capital of business leadership? As this human capital increases, so will the gross domestic character. I know, Subbu, you're very involved with GDP. I thought let's be a little involved with gross domestic character also. And as the human capital of business leadership increases, the gross domestic character of our economy will also change. This gross domestic character will be at the heart of leaders who will change the management paradigm from shareholder wealth maximization to equitable distribution of wealth. This, in my view, is the only key that can unlock the problems of poverty and unemployment. For our students, in this new networked world, beyond the functions and domains of their specializations, our students will progressively need to equip themselves with some very important skills and attitudes. To be effective leaders, they will need to have the ability to create new networks of partnerships for their organizations to be sustainable, scalable, and most importantly, survive disruptions and failures. They will have to be comfortable comprehending the impact of data, artificial intelligence, and cybersecurity, etc. Culturally, they will need to be able to accept multi-stakeholder networks and have a mindset for collaboration. This is the only way they can cope to overcome the complexity and interconnectedness across sectors. Ability to respect diversity and display empathy will be key to building personal credibility. Personal credibility will now be non-negotiable, and it's a non-negotiable attribute for being leaders as you move forward on the time axis. In a nutshell, the networked world will force teams and organizations to collaborate and not just compete. Let me say a few words on our infrastructure. To achieve our vision, we will invest in upgrading our infrastructure. I'm defining infrastructure in a couple of different forms. First, let me touch upon the physical infrastructure. We are committed to rebuild our infrastructure and make IIM Calcutta the choice destination for faculty, students, and staff. Let me share with you that a detailed master plan for the entire Joka campus has already been created, and we took the help of a very distinguished architect, Hafiz Contractor, to do that. As far as digital infrastructure is concerned, we wish to build it commensurate with the demands of online education and the networked world. I'm going to speak about the marketing infrastructure. Traditionally, IIM Calcutta has not used marketing as a tool for our external connect. We realize the need to have a dedicated team for external relations focused on raising resources. To this end, a Section 8 company is in the process of being registered. Many talented alumni are already helping. Administrative infrastructure. We are reviewing and changing our governance structures and internal processes to be more transparent, efficient, and nimble. These changes will equip us to meet competitive pressures and speed of response. As I end, I have 10 minutes, so I'm going to put a sincere request to all of you. I thought about it deeply. I discussed it with my faculty colleagues, my director, my deans, my faculty colleague members on my board, and all of us felt that this message was necessary, and it's absolutely okay if I was to put this forward on this occasion. Now, although I have had the privilege of being the chairperson of the board of governors of IIM Calcutta, it is my ardent belief that one of my most important roles is to be a salesperson, one who dedicates his time and energies for IIM Calcutta to bring opportunities that will increase her resources and her sphere of influence. But in this, I cannot be alone. Every colleague on our board, every faculty colleague, every staff colleague, and every alumni, and every student, and all friends of IIM Calcutta are also salespersons, and therefore we are teammates. When I think of IIM Calcutta, when I see the distinguished alums here, when I see the students, I see in IIM Calcutta, I see a mother who has never disappointed a single student who came to her. She has consistently given each and every one of you wings for all your dreams. She launched you with a high velocity input into this world. In the name of the divine, and with folded hands, I seek the support of each and every one among the IIM Calcutta alumni and friends of IIM Calcutta to help raise the funds for this divine work to meet our needs. In your heart, there are emotional chords of generosity and gratitude. Please touch them when you think of Mother IIM Calcutta. Your offerings will be gratefully accepted as dakshina. I wish to convey my gratitude to all those alumni who are already connected with us and are contributing their time, energy, and resources. Please feel free to reach out to me or to any one of us or anyone who is closest to you from the IIM Calcutta family. In ending, I would just like to share with you what my father used to always tell me, and I think it's very apt. Failure is not a crime, aiming low is. And hence, I don't plan to aim low. And I'm going to pull all those who are listening, physically present, those who are not here listening through the virtual world, that this position as chair of the board gives me the privilege to pull you and solicit your help, even if you're screaming and shouting. I'm going to pull you guys to help. Jai Hind. Thank you very much. Now I have this beautiful privilege to introduce our chief guest for the night. He's joining us remotely from Chicago, Professor Deepesh Chakrabarty. Now, okay, yeah, there he is. So we are honored and delighted to welcome Professor Deepesh Chakrabarty as the chief guest of our Diamond Jubilee ceremony. Professor Chakrabarty is a historian whose work has revolutionized nationalist and post-colonial historiographies, especially of the modern South Asia. I'm taking the liberty of changing this back to modern Indian subcontinent. Traditionally, it was the Indian subcontinent. Why should we lose our status by calling it South Asia? It still is the Indian subcontinent. He is currently Lawrence A. Kimpton Distinguished Service Professor of History, South Asian Languages and Civilizations, and the College at the University of Chicago. He is also the Faculty Director of the University of Chicago Center in Delhi, a Faculty Fellow of the Chicago Center for Contemporary Theory, an Associate of the Department of English, and a faculty member at the Law School by courtesy. In addition, he is an Associate at the University of Technology, Sydney, in the Faculty of Arts and Social Sciences. Professor Chakrabarty is a founding member of the Subaltern Studies Editorial Collective, a consultant editor of the Critical Inquiry Journal, a founding editor of the Postcolonial Studies Journal, and a member of the editorial boards of the American Historical Review and Public Culture. He was one of the founding editors of the South Asia Across Disciplines series, which was published by a consortium of 3 university presses, namely Chicago, Columbia, and California. Following in the footsteps of the great historian E.P. Thompson, whose Making of the English Working Class served as a model for future social history, and guided by Professor Chakrabarty's mentor, Ranajit Guha, he embarked on what was to be a path-breaking history of the formation of working class in India. So welcome to you, Professor Chakrabarty. Thank you so much. I hand over the podium to him.
Hear me? You can. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks also to the authorities of the institute, the director, Professor Uttam Sarkar, and Professor Bhaskar Chakrabarty, and Professor Manish Thakur for extending to me this invitation to address you on the Diamond Jubilee, on the occasion of celebrating the Diamond Jubilee of the institute. It's obviously a matter of great honor for me to have been invited back to my alma mater. It's also a moment when I remember some of my esteemed professors, many of whom have since passed away. At the institute, Professor Barun Dey, Sabyasachi Bhattacharya, Kamini Adhikari, Nitish Dey, Mrityunjay Atreya, Manish Bhattacharya, Tapas Sarkar, among others, who were instrumental and very much played a role in my formation. Today also happens to be Nehru's birthday. So I also remember him as the architect of the policies that led to the setting up of the IITs and the IIMs. The IIM, today I'm speaking to you as a historian. I did my undergraduate in science degree. I had an honors in physics. And it's really IIM that allowed me to move into the social sciences, into the human sciences, which is probably where my heart was. And that's because of the kind of wonderful, flexible educational system that the institute built. the institute was always, in my time, and I'm sure it still is, was always extremely sensitive to the question of the environment in which businesses operated. And I remember that one of the very first courses we had to do with my Professor Barun Dey in our very first term was called Historical Roots of Economic Backwardness. And so it clearly reflected a time when the concern of the institute, and I guess the concern of the government in setting up institutes of technology and institutes of management, was to think about what kind of managers, what kind of technologies we should produce for a country that still had a food problem, had a lot of people in poverty. And of course, all these were thoughts before globalization became a worldwide phenomenon. And it's not surprising that, I mean, I think I'm an outlier in having become a historian, but many of my, a minority, but still several of my cohorts became either economists like Sushil Khanna did, which was a year junior to me, or or sometimes they even became leaders of non-governmental organizations and made their careers in those fields. And that partly came out of this idea that India had set up business schools that were not operating necessarily in the American environment, though that were learning a huge amount from American predecessor institutions. It's in so it's really in that spirit that I'm sharing some thoughts with you. I mean, I'm not a business school professor anymore. I mean, I have friends in our business school, including Raghuram Rajan, who's a good friend. So it's not like we don't talk about issues of shared interest. And one of the questions, one of the issues that have been rising to prominence in campuses across America and elsewhere in the world is the question of climate change. Sorry, I'm getting a feedback. Okay. So my university has just set up a university-wide committee with representatives from all disciplines to talk about how there might be a university-wide curriculum on questions of energy and climate change. So what I'm going to do today is talk about my understanding of the problem of climate change and energy, but within a larger perspective of human history and what's been happening in the world for humans, let's say over the last 7 decades. I mean, from the end of the Second World War or from the 1950s. So I'll give you a very important history of that history, and maybe sort of tease some thoughts out of that history to share with you. But I should begin with the word Anthropocene, which is in the title of my talk, and explaining it. So before I talk about it, let me just say as a proposition, and this probably will become the meaning of this will become clear as my talk progresses, that today we are living in a world in which willy-nilly we have to think about the planet and how it works. And in my language, it's kind of an encounter with deep history that we really didn't have. That is not something we experienced in the 20th century, though the problems are not of simply of 21st century origin. And to tell that story, I'll begin with explaining the word Anthropocene. I've probably taken up 5 minutes of my allotted time, so I'll just time myself for another 35 minutes, and then maybe take up continue the discussion in the Q&A session, the short Q&A session that we had. So the word Anthropocene came out accidentally when a very well-known chemist, a Nobel winning chemist actually, Paul Crutzen, at a meeting around the year 2000, of an organization that doesn't exist anymore, but existed, organization called International Geosphere Biosphere Program. So an organization that actually thought about how geology and biology function together on this planet. It's one of their meetings when we're discussing what changes were happening to the planet, that Professor Crutzen suddenly, in a moment of anger, blurted out, "Don't keep saying we're still in the Holocene." So Holocene is the geological name for the period in which we live, which is roughly dated back to 11,700 years ago, when the last ice age receded and the world warmed up. The warming up of the world led to the invention of agriculture, made agriculture possible. Then about 6,000 years ago, the rivers, the Ganges, the Amazon, all these rivers and the seas found their present levels. And then you had the growth of urban civilization, and eventually, ultimately, about 200 years ago, or the Industrial Revolution. And all this was made possible by the recession, by the receding of the ice age, by the fact that the snow receded. And it's this warming that allowed human civilization as we know it to flourish. And so normally in geological thinking, in periodizing the history of the planet, they have always described this period as the Holocene, which just means recent times. And Crutzen said, we're not in the Holocene anymore, we are in the Anthropocene, and meaning that the human footprint on the planet was so large that it was shaping the planet as a whole. And therefore, his claim that we had exited the Holocene and we entered the Anthropocene, that's how it began. So it began as somebody's angry remark. But people found it very productive to work with it, and the word is not formalized. It may not ever be formalized. There's a long process in the discipline of geology by which names become formal. But stratigraphers who are in charge of arguing about what period we're in geologically set up a committee in London, and they produced an enormous amount of evidence to make the claim, which they will, with no guarantee that will be accepted, that our geological period be renamed after human beings, that it be called Anthropocene because of the human footprint on the planet. Now, that's led to a lot of debates among geologists, outside geology. I don't need to go into this, but this gathering, this organization that I mentioned, which was called the International Geosphere Biosphere Program, came out of the realization that on this planet, geology and biology were connected. I'm just moving a little back. This goes back to the fact that NASA set up, the first time they set up a committee on something called Earth System Science was 1983. So it's a very recent science. And Earth system, this idea came to embody the understanding that this is a planet on which you cannot separate the history of life from the history of geology, from the Earth's history. And these things in turn go back to the 1960s. And in fact, in the period of the Cold War and the technological competition between Soviet Union and the United States, the fact that the superpowers were testing nuclear bombs, the fact that they wanted to have military technology to be able to weaponize weather, all these things gave rise to an interest in the atmosphere. So the American president got scientific advice every year on the state of the world's atmosphere. And atmospheric sciences, Paul Crutzen was an atmospheric scientist. He actually helped fix the problem with the ozone, the hole in the ozone layer, which, as you know, gave rise to the Montreal Protocol. And that was critical in the setting up eventually of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change that we now have. So every year he got advice, and because of space competition, the Americans were interested to find out if Mars could be inhabited and if Mars once had life. And all this was handed over to Carl Sagan's unit in NASA. And Carl Sagan's unit hired a British chemist called James Lovelock, who worked with NASA from 60 to 61. And in trying to find out if Mars could be inhabited by human beings, they began to ask a more fundamental question, like what life was, what makes a planet habitable. and that and these were not biologists. I mean, they were eventually joined by biologists. In fact, Carl Sagan's wife later divorced Lynn Margulis was to join them. But this chemist, James Lovelock, worked out intuitively that life plays a role on this planet in the maintenance of life, that is complex multicellular life. And he worked it out that, and he therefore thought of, through the image of a Greek goddess, he called this system Gaia. He said, it's like almost a homeostatic system that maintains itself. And that initially was a poetic intuition, that when people began to research the geology and the biology of the planet, it eventually became a scientific understanding and gave rise to this science called Earth System Science, which is the science behind the science of climate change. And they use the word system, so you can also see that the development of systems thinking from the 1930s on had an influence on this science. And they use the word system in the singular to describe Earth System Science. And this Earth System Science, the interesting thing about it was that this Earth system was both a conceptual entity. I mean, it was created by scientists, so it was a kind of heuristic model. But that was also trying to approximate the reality of how this planet works. And fundamentally, so the science comes out of the Cold War. It comes out of the technologies that were creating the problems. For instance, they found out the planet was warming up because of human use of fossil fuel as a cheap plentiful and as a source of cheap and plentiful energy. But the same boring technology, the drilling technology that actually helped to get gas out of the earth, also helped them to create, to actually measure the warming of the planet, because the only way they could tell that the planet had been warming up and what the temperature of the air was like 800,000 years ago, for instance, was by boring into polar ice and by bringing out trapped air bubbles, ancient air bubbles. So in a way, I mean, the reason I mentioned the question of technology is that we are faced with a problem that probably has been created by our well-being and our expansion of numbers, technology, all of those things. But there's no going forward without technology or business or politicians participating in the process. And that's why I think it's critical that that business schools and politicians and business people and managers have an understanding of what is the problem we face. Now, I should say that the problem was caused mainly by industrialized nations of the world. I mean, India is not really so much at fault for causing the problem. But it's also a problem where you can't afford to think that not my fault means not my problem. It's not our fault, but it's also our problem. So with that, let me, to give you a very quick history, I just want to share some slides with you before I, so I'll do the share screen button and go to my slides. And then, okay, can you see them? Can somebody show me a thumb or something? So I'm assuming that you can see them. Okay. So Will Steffen, who is one of the authors of this paper, is actually one of the Earth system scientists. And these are called great acceleration graphs. So they basically very quickly tell you the story of what's been happening in human history. But before I show you the graphs, let me just say that the 20th century was a century of enormous expansion of what I would call the human realm. So world irrigated areas, for instance, in this century increased almost 7 times. The human population increased from 1.5 billion to 6 billion. So, humans have been around for 300,000 years. It almost took us that amount of time to get to the figure 1 billion. At the end of the 20th century, we were 6 billion, now 8. The world economy increased 15-fold, energy use increased from 13 to 14-fold, freshwater use increased 9-fold, irrigated areas by 5-fold. The world population increased 4 times in the 20th century, 3.8. Urban population, that's a very important thing. I mean, the world has been becoming more and more urban. So all the predictions are that the humans will be a urban dwelling species by the end of the century. But in the 20th century, urban population grew almost 13 times. Energy use grew 13 times. Oil production grew 300 times. Water use 9 times. Fertilizer use 342 times. Fish catch 65 times. Organic chemical production 1,000 times. Car ownership grew about 8,000 times. And of course, CO2 also increased. So now I go to the graphs, and the graphs will tell you the same story, except with one difference, that if you look at all the figures for population, real GDP, foreign direct investment, everything goes, I mean, and look at this dotted line, vertical line to 1950. So things really go up exponentially from 1950 on. In fact, I recently read a report which said that of all the fossil fuel that humans have consumed, 87% of it was consumed after 1950. So really, this is the, so that's why they use the word great acceleration. So they say human history suddenly accelerated. We increased numbers, we increased our consumption, we lived well. Now, the next set of graphs tells you about not our fault story. So the bulk of the growth in the 1950s, early 60s came from the OECD countries and the enormous post-war reconstruction of their economies. Then the BRICS had their share and others. So if this was a part of, if this was only the story we had to tell, then you would think that we were living in a world that a professor of psychology at Harvard, very popular professor called Steve Pinker, writes in many of his books. That is, human beings are improving their conditions, and they are continuing to improve their conditions. I mean, in a way, this is the story of what we owe to fossil fuels. Because without fossil fuels, we wouldn't have had the capacity to move medicine, food from one part of the world to another. We wouldn't have had the capacity to sustain more human beings and sustain them individually. So even the lifespan of and the longevity of the poor increased. I mean, they didn't have good lives, but the longevity, but they lived longer. And so in a way, this is the human story of world history. And if you think back to what were the main issues in world history from 1950 to 2000, you will think about decolonization sitting in India, that many new nations emerged. They were trying to solve their food problems. People like Nehru and Nasser were very interested in American big dams technology because this was before fertilizers, and the major problem was feeding population. So they thought we need more irrigation, we need more power, and dams would be the way to do it. Today we're more critical of some of those measures, but that's how they were thinking. This was the period of civil liberties movement in America, indigenous peoples movements throughout the world. This was the period when anti-colonial theorists like Frantz Fanon was being read all over the world. If you look at the 70s, this was the time when the second wave feminism came. So we became much more aware of gender rights. There were some warning bells. In 1962, the American environmental activist Rachel Carson published her book Silent Spring, which actually was showing what the problems were with DDT, which played a tremendously important role in the eradication of malaria. But she was actually showing that DDT was not only causing cancer, it was killing birds, which is why the spring was going to be silent. That was 62. And in 1972, a bunch of economists from MIT, they're normally called the Club of Rome because they met in Rome, came out with a report trying to argue that you could not have infinite growth on a, limits to growth, it was called, on a finite planet. But then fertilizers were invented. We had the high yielding variety of wheat being available. And from the end of the 60s, there was a boom in food production in India. So And then if you think of the 70s, 80s, think of Kanshira, Mayavati, the assertion of low caste, and the Dalits in Indian politics. So this is a story of human flourishing, people becoming more aware of their rights, so much so that that a very well-known American historian at Harvard, Charles Meyer, was asked to write an article in American Historical Review in the year 2000. It was called "Consigning the 20th Century to History," and he had not a word to say about climate change, even though the IPCC had been set up around 1988 or 89. The Rio conference had taken place in 92. In the Rio conference, two Indian activists, Sunita Narayan and Anil Agarwal, has forcibly argued, an argument everybody accepted, that greenhouse gas emissions should be calculated on a per capita basis to show who was at fault, who had historical responsibility for the problem. So this was actually a period of, you might say, both a period that created the global world, that made the world accessible to more and more human beings. This is a period where, if you look at the statistics for the number of people who became consumers, like people who could afford to buy consumer gadgets, fridges and cars. So it took humanity again until 1986 to have 1 billion consumers. Then we added the second billion in 21 years, the third billion in 9 years, and we're probably on our way to add the fourth billion in 7 years. So there's been an acceleration of even of the rate at which people are becoming consumers, and then when you look at the statistics of from where do these consumers come, you will find that if you look at the statistics for 2000, the consumers are mostly from the industrialized West. And today, the share of the industrialized, the North Atlantic countries or Japan in the total number of people that you would count as consumers is 35%. So 65% of them come from China, India, the elites of Africa, Latin America, and other places. So if you purely told this story in human terms, then it really would be a Steve Pinker story of human beings living better and better. But the key thing was that human beings were also becoming more and more urban. And when you become urban, at least for the elites, your sense of the connection to land, the connection to natural processes, it gets a little warped because any big city operates by its citizens taking food, water, and electricity for granted. We only notice the crisis when we go to the shops and suddenly there's no food there. But what the system scientists were saying, because they were saying this is not the whole story. The next part of the story has to do with how the Earth system, or what I call the planet, was reacting. This is the impact side. And again, they have this graph from 1950. So you see a very strong correlation that carbon dioxide, nitrous oxide, methane, the three main greenhouse gases are all going up. The emissions are going up from 1950 on. And that's the depletion of ozone layer, ocean acidification. Now, this is a very interesting story. If the oceans become more acidic, then little creatures like shells that create shells to kind of protect themselves cannot create those shells because the acid dissolves them. So the other stories, for instance, 50% of the oxygen we breathe, without which we cannot live, and our atmosphere is such that because oxygen is a reactive gas, you need to supply it constantly with fresh oxygen. And we don't do it. We depend on that oxygen being supplied, but we don't do it. It's really tiny creatures like bacteria, fungi, plants, and these things called phytoplanktons, which are like sea plants, but very tiny. Phytoplanktons on their own produce 50% of the oxygen we breathe. So if we're not anywhere near this danger, but I saw some models where they said that if the average temperature of the seas went up by 5-6 degrees, and we're not near that, then the phytoplankton will die and will be shutting off a great source of oxygen that we need. So this is how they were in the Great Acceleration story. They were trying to connect the story of human flourishing with the story of what was happening to the Earth as a system, that is, to this planet where geology and biology are connected. So these are graphs that kind of continue with the story. The graphs I just showed you that finished, that sort of ended from 1950 to 2000. These carry on the story from 1990 to 2020. This was published in Bioscience. And the one hopeful and positive thing that you see is the decline in human fertility, which is a good thing. But all other graphs mostly are upwards. And if you actually refine these graphs, you'll see that they actually become steeper once China joins and becomes the manufacturing hub of the world. Okay. So this is like, you had them in orange and blue. These are not colored, but they again show you how the planet is reacting to to human activities. I'm stop sharing and okay, go back to the screen. So there is a geologist called Peter Haff at Duke University who actually argues that without technology, and this is why technology is very important, that without technology, what he calls the technosphere, all the connectivity that we have, humans wouldn't be able to sustain 8 or 10 billion people on the planet. And in fact, he has some calculations where he shows that if you took away all the technology that connects us, human population would crash to somewhere like 11 million. So while the expansion of the human realm is causing some of the problems, it is also, we cannot go forward, as I was saying, without business and technologists and scientists being on board with the solving of the problem. So clearly, the other thing I want to also say is that the pandemic that we're going through is not unconnected to the question of this expansion of human realm. So Anthony Fauci and his colleague David Morans have been publishing papers, scientific papers, and others have been arguing this too, that they argue that we have now entered an era of pandemics, that in the last 17 or so years, we've had 5 potential pandemics, and one of them has become a real pandemic. And they're saying that we might actually going forward have more pandemics coming more frequently. So again, the larger argument is that pandemics have been part of human society for a very long time. Once we domesticated animals, we got viruses and bacteria sort of jumped hosts, which is often called spillover. They spilled over from animals to us. But in the older history of human beings, it sometimes took us thousands of years to get used to the viruses and bacteria in animals that we deal with, which is why, but we reached some sort of equilibrium, which is why they say that your dog can accidentally give you an illness that can kill you, but your dog won't produce a pandemic. So they also find that 70% of the emergent infectious diseases in the last 20 years have been zoonotic in character. That is, they are caused by viruses that jump host from wild animals to human beings through intermediate animals. And because wild animals don't seek us out, the only way that viruses and bacteria can jump species from wild animals to us is if they lose their habitat. And that has to do with destruction of forests. That has to do with building roads in forests. That has to do with the increase of human habitation. That is not just simply a part of the energy problem. That is why I'm calling there's an expansion of the human realm that's been going on. And what you also realize that while on the one hand, the emergence of antibiotic in the 1930s has tremendously contributed to human lifespan and the growth of our species. I mean, I myself is a beneficiary of antibiotic. I mean, I had the disease when I was 17, which would have killed me if antibiotics were not available. But antibiotics and these other things also represent a mode of what you say, the encounter with the microbial world, our scientific encounter with the microbial world. I mean, we only get to know about the microbial world once we have something like an equipment like microscope. And what they say that in that history, every time human beings invent a way of dealing with microbes, that particular way becomes an evolutionary pathway for the microbes. So once you develop antibiotics to deal with a group of bacteria, the end result over decades is that we end up with antibiotic resistant bacteria. And they give many examples with all other human interventions. So they actually say that the pandemic also shows that we're not out of a Darwinian history of life. While we are trying to find vaccinations, and there are absolutely intrahuman questions of justice, equity of vaccinations, access to vaccinations, distribution of vaccinations, the rich-poor question, the pandemic has showed up everywhere, the question of digital divide in the world and access to education. So while these human inequalities are real and need to be addressed, the pandemic also shows that the human body has become an evolutionary pathway for this coronavirus too. So when we talk about the Delta variant or this variant, what we're talking about is the fact that the virus is evolving. Now, of course, we'll deal with this virus which has caused a lot of human tragedy. But the point that they're making is that the expansion of the human realm is the main reason, the cutting down of forests. And I read somewhere in Nature, I think, that if we cut down 25% of the current forest cover, we are in real danger, and we are at 17% at the moment. So the Harvard biologist Edward Wilson, a very respected biologist, came out with a book called Half Earth. And his argument, his proposition, which on immediate hearing sounds utopian, he was actually arguing that humans should leave at least half of the planet's surface for other forms of life. Because one thing you also realize in reading this literature, that humans are a minority form of life. The majority forms of life on the planet are microbial. So not even insects, they're microbes. And this microbe, I mean, the reason why I say this is an encounter with deep history, so when you read the history of Earth system, what is the history of life on this planet, you also realize that microbes are fundamental to not only to the maintenance of the atmosphere, but to the history of life. I mean, these little things keep life going. And if life, you think of life as a multi-storied building, we're like on the 16th, 17th floor or somewhere, or on the top floor of a skyscraper. These are the things that work at the basis of life and keep life going. And therefore, Wilson was arguing that biodiversity, species extinction, is something we need to pay attention to collectively. Now, obviously, there's no question of humans giving up half of the land surface to other forms of life. But really, the question he's talking about is a sort of Gandhian principle, I think, that Mr. Kulkarni was talking about. The question is, how do we find forms of withdrawal, forms of kind of shaping the human realm in such a way that we still address the questions of justice and human well-being without damaging that well-being in the long run. And one of the proposals he has, actually, I think it's a concrete proposal, is to convert or to return all the designated national parks of the world, and I think there are 145 or 140 something of them, to the pristine condition that they had before humans took out capstone species, which were sometimes animal, sometimes trees, for instance. But what I come back to then, and I'm now getting to the end of my talk, I've got 5 more minutes left, and I may not need even 5 more minutes, is to say that that we are at a situation where we cannot afford to forget how the world works, how the planet works, as we did in the second half of the 20th century. So it was not accidental that Charles Meyer, the Harvard historian, didn't have a word to say about climate change. when he wrote that essay called Consigning the 20th Century to History. The 20th century was all about aspirations, the end of the 20th century, and those are legitimate aspirations, that some of which I have mentioned. But these aspirations are now clashing with what is happening to the planet. And without the planet remaining healthy, we don't survive. And, to give you a quick example of the kind of choices people are making, and this is where we need to enable them to make other kinds of choices. There's a story that economists and New York Times journalists have told of the sale of air conditioners in India. Now, Indian air conditioners on the whole employ older technology, and what they give out is not good for Indian cities. And when nations met in Rwanda in 2016 to come to an agreement about air conditioners, India actually bargained hard to be amongst the countries that would be the slowest to change. And the reason for that is that the cities are becoming heat islands, and the demand for air conditioners is growing in India, not because people want their second and third and fourth unit, but it's actually growing because people are buying their first units ever in their life. And there are cases in Delhi where even people are pooling money together to buy air conditioners. Now, in hot circumstances, air conditioners do save lives. There have been historical studies in Texas, for instance, showing that that air conditioning of households actually saves lives. And when people interview these people who are buying air conditioners, really the answers are all about aspirations, and these aspirations are very critical in the Indian political system. So a mother, for instance, says, well, it's for the first time that my children could sit up all night and prepare for their competitive exams without getting eaten up by mosquitoes. Or somebody says, it's the first time in my life that I actually slept well. I found out what a good sleep was. I never slept well before. And these are all legitimate questions. And if you ask these people, but the way in which you're finding well-being is also making the city even hotter, and it might become unlivable. And their answer would be, well, if my children can do their exams and get the skills they need to get, then maybe by the time the city becomes unlivable, they can go somewhere else. And within that answer, I want to make my final point, is the dilemma we face, which is that when we aspire knowing that the world is uneven, knowing that somewhere else is better and we can move there. And that's what even animals do. When climate becomes unlivable, they move somewhere else. And in the way that the world is going, some places will become uninhabitable, particularly places that eventually develop what they call wet bulb conditions, where it's enormously hot and humid at the same time so that you can't perspire, and people die in those conditions. So people will move. And so we are now faced with a world where we think about people having to move. So we have to be more welcoming of immigrants rather than unwelcoming of them. In European countries, it means, or in America, it means we have to be less racist than more racist. We are also living in that world where, as I said, many people are not at fault for what's happened, the story of industrialization, but it's everybody's problem. And India is particularly exposed because of this coastline and the glaciers. One of the most interesting facts about the Himalayan glaciers is that we still, not just India, all the countries that benefit from those glaciers. So the Himalayas, there are say 7, 8 rivers coming out of the Himalayas that actually service 8 or 9 countries from Pakistan to Vietnam. But the Himalayas have become the most militarized mountain range in the world, because most of the nations think of the area geopolitically, but not ecologically. And we need to move towards a politics where nations come together to think about how to save those glaciers, maintain their health. And so we need new kinds of politics. We need new kind of thinking, and so this new imagination of the planet in which life and geology come together, in which we appreciate the role that microbes and other so-called inferior forms of life play in maintaining complex life, in allowing our prosperity possible. The planet in which people will have to move. I mean, it's no longer the age of empires when European can just go and grab other people's lands. The UN number of refugees that was 2 years ago was 65 or 67 million. That figure may rise to 300 million in the coming decades. And we don't have even an official category of climate refugees yet. So on the other hand, when I travel in Europe, I've just come back from Poland, they're all developing anti-immigration policies, not all, but most of them are. And we've seen that those sort of sentiments in America. But we'll have to share this world in which some places will become less habitable. So while nation states will remain, but we become a global world, we have these two contradictory, very large facts coming together. One is that we have one planet, but we have many worlds. One planet does not mean we have one world. And that's why when you look at the timetable that IPCC gives out for action, the COP conferences, the carbon budgets figures and all that, IPCC gives out a planetary calendar. And we're always struggling to make an uneven world, a kind of fragmented humanity, meet that one planet calendar. And that's partly the problem we face, which is that whenever IPCC gives out a one planet calendar, the nations come together to bargain on legitimate ground how much time they can extract in the bargaining process. I'll finish quoting a French thinker, a young French political economist called Pierre Charbonnet, who recently wrote a very interesting book. Actually, Macron called him in for a discussion on this book it's called Liberty and Affluence. It's just come out in English. And I was in Paris recently, and over a cup of tea, Pierre was saying to me, Dipesh, we humans need to give our children ecological awareness in the same way that we teach them the number systems. So children of future will have to grow up with different kind of awareness. And of course, this doesn't happen overnight. We begin now, we begin today. As an educator, I feel we need to message this. Solutions will be different. People will disagree on what the solution is. But we need to understand, have a shared common understanding of the problem. And that's why I think this is something that is critical to business leadership is critical, managerial leadership is critical, and therefore this is a theme that ought to be taken up by business schools too. Thank you very much for your patience and attention. Thank you. I can't hear you. Sorry, I'm not. Yeah, okay, yeah. Better now, okay.
Just a minute. Am I audible, sir?
Yeah, this is Taitei. Keep speaking and then I'll tell you.
Yeah, so thank you, sir, for the wonderful lecture.
I can hear you now, yeah. Would you mind naming yourself?
I was wondering when you were talking about the pandemic situation. So as you mentioned that there were 4 to 5 pandemics which was about to hit our economy. And one pandemic finally hit us in the year 2019. Now it led me to wonder that when the pandemic actually hit, there was a 3 to 4 months gap from the time when it started in one of the nations of the world till the time it had a worldwide impact. Now there are two impacts which happens because of this. One is the economic impact, and the second is the impact on the lives of the people. While in order to curtail the second one, there are certain technological improvements or researches which need to be done and which can happen only after the pandemic hits. But talking about the economic preparedness, do you think the nations across the world can have something prepared in advance so that the economic impact of this pandemic is not that huge? What do we learn from this pandemic?
So that's a very good question. So there are two kinds of responses, long term and short term, but also they're kind of philosophically different. So some of the virologists actually, there's a virologist called Nathan Wolfe. If you read him in a popular book called The Viral Storm, you'll find out some of the solutions that people are seeking is in the direction of global governance. So giving WHO more teeth and power. The early debates about the Chinese reluctance to share information. Even contemporary debates about to what degree this was, deliberate in China or not. So there are many problems that in some ways require global governance, and Nathan Wolfe and his colleagues often suggest that we create a kind of sort of a commando force for dealing with pandemics. In other words, an early warning system. And one proposal they have is actually of deploying satellite telephone and satellite telephony as a way of detecting where a potential pandemic is breaking out, because they're saying that if a pandemic breaks out, it leads to chatter. The same way that you track sort of terrorists, for instance, that you could track pandemic chatter and immediately sort of swoop down within a nation and isolate the population that's suffering it so that it's not allowed to spread. Now that's a kind of global approach, and I'm not saying it doesn't have any merits, but it requires nation states to cede some of their powers in the face of a pandemic. And then there will be sort of politics of defining whether a particular stage is a stage of pandemic, and that's whenever you have an outside intervention, there's always this question of defining what is it, the problem, and so that the outside intervention is legitimate. Anthony Fauci, who was a very practical man, was advising President Trump and then Biden, and it's still a controversial figure because of the attack on him recently by the GOP. But Fauci and not just Fauci, sort of David Quammen in his book on pandemics and called The Spillover. The point they make is a long-term point, which is really the loss of habitat for wildlife animals because most of the diseases being of zoonotic origin. And that partly has to, again, there are intermediate animals. The pangolin story, which has never been verified in the Chinese case. But it has to do with the fact that often the viruses come to us through an intermediate animal that is sometimes traceable, or intermediate like birds like chicken, for instance. And their argument is that we need to protect the forests and not cut them down. We need to protect wildlife. We need to make sure that a virus that has lived in bats' guts in some Chinese forests has no reason to come close to us. And that again goes back to what I was calling the expansion of the human realm that's happened through the last 7 decades. And the question is, I'm simply mentioning withdrawal as a principle, as a Gandhian principle, but we need to work out practical shapes of that principle without sacrificing human well-being, but without endangering human well-being either. See, from Montesquieu's time, there was an expectation in European political thought that the purpose of politics was to extend life. And that's what we've all accepted in the world. That the purpose of government is to extend life and maintain life. But if we extend ourselves so much that life itself gets threatened, then some way we defeat that purpose. So yes, I'm there, but what I'm telling you is that the practical propositions on board at least mean much more global cooperation than we have had so far. Whereas we've had very national responses. Trump's denial of the pandemic is still fresh in my mind. And which has led to certain problems. The equity question of vaccine distribution, access to vaccination, those are also real questions. But in terms of preventing pandemics, So one strategy assumes that there will be more pandemics, but we will have more early warning systems. We'll be able to deal with them. The other long-term strategy is to actually eliminating the root cause of frequent pandemics.
Mr. Jha, would you like to come here?
Okay. Firstly, I'm a plant by the dean, so that is a joke. Anyway, second is I'm really, really glad to see you here at Joka. Hopefully, you can hear us. Okay. So, okay. All right. Let me shift to a place where you can hear me better.
Yeah. Professor Jha, if you could come, please come here.
So hopefully it's not creating echo for you. Can you hear me better? Sure. So firstly, personally, I'm happy that you are here in this moment of real joy for us, an old community member. So I'm happy to see you, and thank you for waking up so early for us. Okay. Second is, I was just trying to do a bit of kind of fast forward in my head, and trying to see where would it lead us. Okay. So no great kind of thoughts needed. One is, of course, a dystopian future where the planet either gets kind of really very badly kind of damaged, or like from your talk itself, you were saying 11 million people survive. There I have my own questions. Who will survive? Would it be, for example, the experience of pandemic, especially the second wave in India? What it teaches us that pandemic was wealth neutral at some point, because rich were dying, poor were dying, and so on. But by and large, one would expect that if these 100 million people kind of survive, or whatever, I hope that number I got right, you said 100 million. So there will be relatively better off people who can migrate, who can do things for themselves. The other future could be the one which is a more hopeful future, which you were saying, for example, you took the name of Gandhi, and let me say this without any kind of hesitation, that Gandhi in his own land right now is not a very popular thinker. Okay. Definitely his political ideas are kind of getting more and more kind of questioned, and obviously I think never as a nation we took his ethic of consumption seriously. Okay. So what would make you in some ways hopeful about the future, that we are not staring at a dystopian future as a kind of a species? Okay. Thank you. Sorry for a long-winded question.
Right. Actually, the sound-wise, the question became clearer as you went along. So I got the second half of the question. If I got it right, you were actually, so where I began to understand you from was when you were saying that Gandhi was not a popular thinker in India now, and what would make one hopeful about the future. Is that right?
Oops. How do we avoid a dystopian future as a species? What gives you hope?
How do we avoid the dystopian future is what you were asking. Yeah. Well, so let me see the dystopia. Honestly, if I may say so, for many people, the dystopia is not a future, it's in the present, it's come. And let me give you an example from where you are. And I only get it from an article written by a young woman called Swati Bhattacharya, who wrote an article in Anandabazar. And then I called her up, and I wrote to her, and she wrote back to me. I know her. And she said that, poor fishing women who stand waist deep in the riverine estuaries in the Sundarban area to catch small fish with cane baskets didn't realize, that the type of fish they were catching was changing. They could see that. But the reason that was changing was because the water is already saline. The seawater is moving in with rising. But what the seawater was doing, and this is what was giving them fungal and other kind of infections in their reproductive organs. And a team of rogue doctors had moved in to the area and were making money by doing hysterectomy on these women. And my friend Swati said that she and other feminists are trying to lobby the West Bengal government to pass a law to regulate hysterectomy. Now, I wouldn't have ever connected climate change with hysterectomy. You know, I was, a couple of years ago, I was in Kottayam giving a lecture at the Mahatma Gandhi University. And a professor of physics, a lady stood up and said to me, she said, Dipesh, women in poor families in the coastal areas in Kerala already have to walk long distance to get fresh water for cooking because the local water is all saline. And this has not emerged to be a political issue in Kerala. So what the dystopian future you're talking about is real in many people's lives. It's only when you don't, I'm not accusing you personally, but I'm saying the elite doesn't look at it usually to see that the dystopia is here. It's not future we're talking about. It's only as people with education that we can put it away in the future and then think, how do we prevent the future? So that's why I said having one planet does not mean one world. We live in different worlds. Some of these worlds are better represented in the corridors of power than others are. And I think it is, so, but that's where Gandhi lives on. You know, the Indian nationalism that we sometimes now criticize or forgotten, I think one of its virtue was that it told us to keep the poor in mind. You know, Tagore had a poem we all read in our childhood, where he said the puja, and he meant the Durga Puja, wouldn't be complete if the beggar female girl child still was standing outside the threshold of your door and you didn't invite her in. So the nationalism that we all grew up with, even though, you know, whatever was the relationship between, let's say, Nehru and Purushottam Das, you know, Thakur Das and all these people, whatever the relation, the Bombay Plan was made by business people, but even the business people, I mean, there was a nationalism in which the poor was always remembered. There's a very, you know, we criticize Nehru's dams. There's a very interesting speech by Nehru. I think at the dam building site, and I forget which one, where he says to the engineer, you know, he sees all these small people with baskets of concrete or sand or whatever, going up the scaffolding. And he says to the engineer, have you explained to these people why they're working? Have you explained to them why we're building a dam? And the engineer says, no, we have not. And he said, no, they have to understand what building India is. Because, I mean, today we criticize because we know that dams displace people, dams cause problems. But Nehru was not unaware of the problem, but he was thinking that people will bear these costs so that the country could advance. But therefore people had to know why they were working, see, I'm not saying the engineer was more the part of reality than Nehru was. Mostly you didn't tell people, right? But again, I'm just telling you the story of Kerala and West Bengal to tell you that the dystopia is here for some people. And that's why they move. And it's a human reality that we don't want people to move into our areas, even though we have moved and taken somebody else's. You know, the Europeans have gone to other parts of the world, taken their land, and then now they don't want other people to come in. But we are facing a world in which people will have to move. And we need more cosmopolitanism. We need more openness. But on the other hand, the trend in world politics, many places over, is to create a kind of hyper-nationalism that then, I mean, I'll tell you, and I won't name the person, but one of my ex-IIM friends, it really was I felt ashamed. He sent me a very obscene picture with a kangaroo and a pig as his way of celebrating Australians' victory over Pakistan. Now, that's not a sentiment that is going to service the world that we are entering. That's all I can say.
Please, next question.
Thank you, sir, for all the teachings you have given. আমি আপনাকে একটুখানি বাংলাতেই বলি আমি in Guru Granth Sahib it is written pavan guru pani pita mata dharta mahat এর অর্থ এটা আছে যেটা বায়ু আছে সেটা আমাদের গুরু পানি यानी জল সেটা আমাদের পিতা আর ধরতি আমাদের মাতা এটা আমাদের গুরু গ্রন্থ সাহেবে অনেক আগে থেকে আমাদের শেখানো হচ্ছে কিন্তু আজকে আমরা ওইটা মানছি না বলে আমরা এই পরিস্থিতিতে আছি তো মানে আপনি যেটা বললেন আমাদের মানে শেখাতে হবে আর ওইটাকে ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করতে হবে তো ওইটা করলেই আমাদের লাভ আছে আমরা শিখছি পবন গুরু কিন্তু আজকের ডেটে গোল্ডেন টেম্পলে ফায়ারওয়ার্কস হয় আমরা জানি পবন গুরু কিন্তু আমরা ফায়ারওয়ার্কস করছি গোল্ডেন টেম্পলে আর মানে আমরা ওইগুলো মানে করছি না তাই জন্যে আজকে আমরা এই পরিস্থিতিতে আছি তো আপনি একটা ভালো জায়গা আছে তো এই জিনিসগুলো যদি মানে ভালোভাবে বোঝানো যেতে পারে ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করা যেতে পারে তাহলে আমরা আগে আমাদের পরিবার বা আমাদের আশার লোককে আমরা ভালোভাবে ইমপ্লিমেন্ট করে দিতে পারবো থ্যাংক ইউ স্যার
আমি কি এটাতে রেসপন্ড করব তাহলে আমি এইটুকুই বলতে পারি যে লোকেরা অনেক সময় জিজ্ঞেস করে আমি এটা বাংলায় বলছি উনি বাংলায় বলেন বলে যে অনেক সময় জিজ্ঞেস করে যে আমরা প্যান্ডেমিক থেকে কি শিক্ষা নিতে পারি তো প্যান্ডেমিকের একটা প্রাথমিক শিক্ষা তো এটাই ছিল যে মানুষ যখন বাধ্য হয় একটু সরে আসতে তখন বাতাস পরিষ্কার হয় আকাশ পরিষ্কার হয় পুরনো পাখিরা ফিরে আসে অনেক জন্তু ফিরে আসে তারা সর্বদা আমাদের কাছে স্বাগত নয় কিন্তু ফিরে আসে ফলে এটা তো একটা দৃশ্যমান চাক্ষুষ শিক্ষা ছিল প্যান্ডেমিকের এবং আমি যে উইথড্রয়ালের কথা বলছিলাম যে ডেলিভারেট উইথড্রয়ালের কথা বলছিলাম সেটা তো আমাদের একটা ফোর্সড উইথড্রয়াল হয়েছিল কিন্তু আমরা যদি বারবার ভাবি যে আমাদের ভবিষ্যৎটা মানে একটা ফিরে যাওয়া টু দ্য ওল্ড স্টেট এবং তাহলে আমি বলবো প্যান্ডেমিক থেকে আমরা সত্যিকারের শিক্ষা কিছু পাইনি মানে মূল্যবোধের লেভেলে কোনো শিক্ষা পাইনি
One more question. Anyone?
Okay. I think there is no more question. Thank you, Professor. Thank you very much. There no more question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Professor, for your words. I'm sure all of us will remember that for some time to come.
The 2021 Diamond Jubilee celebration is a culmination of efforts of several individuals. May I request Professor Bhaskar Chakrabarti, Dean Academic, to propose the vote of thanks.
We often argue in our faculty lounge or at Gautam Das tea shop with our students if the globe and the planet are binary constructs different from each other. As Professor Dipesh Chakraborty said, we also talk about global capitalism, but without having to bother much about the history of the planet. The question is, for how long? Is it because these deep histories that you mentioned and the sense of time about climate change are very different? Different from how we construct our everyday, mundane lives? Extreme weather events linked to climate change, as we all know, are only intensifying. And we all read about people getting affected, some leaving their homes, some their livelihoods. Species getting affected, happening all over the world. How do we then manage our aspirations, as you said, without destroying the earth? How do we change our ways of doing business? how do we remodel delivering services in a planet that is shattered by forest fires, floods, heat waves all across? All these, as you have shown, Professor Chakraborty, are questions that we now need to grapple with in business education. We are not only grateful, but I'm sure that I speak for all of us when I say that we are also genuinely humbled that you agreed to join us today. Thank you so much for the Diamond Jubilee lecture. IIM Calcutta has been conferring distinguished alumnus awards since 2011, and the roll call of all those whose contributions to business and society have been recognized ranges from Shobhoshachi Hajra to Vinayak Lohani, Indra Nui to Ajay Kohli, Sudha Ram to Ingrid Srinath. All of today's awardees who now find themselves in this very illustrious company, thank you for helping us realize our national and global missions through your pursuits. Thank you everyone who came in person today in spite of the pandemic. Some came from the city. Some flew all the way down like Professor Samamurthy or the chairman of our board of governors, Sri Krishna Kulkarni ji. That you are all here with us is the reason that we celebrate. And thank you everyone who joined online. By participating today, you have helped us publicly assert our commitment to the enduring benefits of higher education across time and space. We also extend our gratitude to those who have supported us in many practical ways towards this celebration. Thank you to all our ever-supportive students, they're all aware, and staff, and tireless officers and faculty colleagues. Vote of thanks is always rather difficult for occasions like this. There are so many people to thank, but so little time to do it. As you can see from the program, Manish has been guarded in not spending more than 5 minutes for the vote of thanks. And maybe rightly so, because it's already 8:30. And given we had a very cloudy day with forecast of some thunder showers, we surely don't want to delay any further. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for your words, sir. Thank you all for a wonderful evening. We have reached the end of the program. It is formally over. Thank you.